be in the red box. Don't know exactly what that's all about. Okay. Hmm. Camera is probably terrible. I don't know what to do about that though. Okay. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do today is just set up an embroidery over on my embroidery machine and hope that everything works out well enough that I can use this as a learning experience. And let's see. Okay. Covered in fuzzies, all right. Mm. Okay. This is my metal magnetic hoop. I usually use this for really thick, fluffy things. It just keeps things from having to be hooped and squashed in. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. What I'm making today is the face of a Cult of the Lamb cultist. So I've got 2 orders right now. I've only made one of their faces. But essentially that is what I'm going to be making. Mine saw the fuzzies on them. There we go. Immediately put it out of frame. That's cool. Cool, cool, cool. I know what I'm doing. Hi, Alt. I am making a Cult of the Lamb face today and hoping that nothing implodes. Judah said that I'm not supposed to have the little red box because that means I'm dropping frames, and I definitely have a little red box. So, yeah, that's not great, and I'm not really sure what to do about that. So, just gonna deal with it right now. Okay. Oh, fluffies everywhere. Okay. So that is mostly centered. I cut them extra large just so I can make mistakes. But let's see. This is essentially what shape I need there. That's the face. So as long as that is centered close enough. Do you know your upload and download speed? Nope, not a clue. That is something I rely on my husband to do. That is for crayons. Faces. Me and technology really do not get along. I really don't know what I'm doing right now at all. Okay. There you go. He's at work right now, but I did send a question. See if he knows what the answer is. So put OBS at. Oh, okay. So I just might need better internet because, yeah, it is red to varying shades of orange. I saw green once so far. Also, okay. Okay, so I turned the mic up as loud as it goes. It's still not yellow. So that just might be I'm too far away from it because I'm walking around my entire craft room right now. I don't know if I can really move the mic without the cord being right where I walk, though. Um, That's just the little volume slider, right? There's nothing more that I need to do. Oh, good. Okay. Well, I turned it slightly up. Okay. Now I'm going to walk all the way to the other side of the room so it doesn't matter at all. But I can do this. Maybe. Oh, no, I can't do anything. Wait. Ha! I can change it. I have hotkeys now. There we go. Okay, enjoy your lurk and thank you for the help with the microphone. Yeah, my kilobytes per second is anywhere, it looks like from 3,000 to 5,000. I got, 6,000 there. 6,500. Ooh. Oh. I don't know how loud that guy's actually being. But now it's just waiting for that guy. While that stitches out very, very slowly before the next step where I actually cut away some of the fabric, I am going to cut out some of the fabric for the crowns because I'll be embroidering them once the face is done. Okay. Up vertically. Bases. So this piece here, I can make 6 crowns out of a 12 by 8 piece. So 8. Straight. 8. And okay. And go. So that'll be enough fabric for 6 crowns right there, and potentially also the little backs on them once I finish up those guys. So I'm going to get that out of the way because now I have to bring over the fluffing. Go. Okay, so I have a pretty good outline of where that face is going to be, but this is too much fluff to actually put the face over top of it, so I just have to trim all that down, which is fluffy. Got a little hole there. That doesn't actually matter because it's going to be covered over again. So, get rid of all my fluff. Go. Okay. And then this face goes right over top. And it's going to get pinned in place. which has to be on the edge of the table that you guys can't see because I planned this real well. Okay. That's all pinned in place. Now we can go back to the next step of the embroidery. This is going to be the tack down stitch where it actually just holds that gray in place, so I don't have to have the pins, so it's again going to go very slow. Absolutely riveting content. Get my scissors out of the way. That's my 12. I'm doing a little bit extra just so that I can tack it down with pins again. There we go. That's the front half of 6 crowns. Away. That's the back side of the crowns. For the base of the crowns, I just have one base that I keep tracing over and over, so that instead of being a little bit larger, but that's okay because it's also super stretchy. Trace them on the back side. Bad Sharpie. Let me try different fuzzies. Okay. For the extra fabric, I can make 4 of the crown bases out of. Neat. Done with the ruler for now. Put that away. Um. Oh, it's totally on my end that everything is jumpy. This is the first stream I've ever done myself, so I have literally no idea what I'm doing. And my cameras and upload rate are not that great, so that's going to be something I work on in the future. Also, hi, welcome. I don't think I know who you are. Oh wait, I think I do know who you are. GV, I know where that is. Okay. Yeah, it's on my end. I'm supposed to have a little green box that says my upload rate is good. I've mostly had an orange one and sometimes a red one. Those are bad boxes. And I think I just lost the camera entirely. Cool, cool, cool. What are you doing that for? Come on. Come on. Well, let's see. Hey, okay. Except for you're backwards now. Okay. Come on. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do about the cameras right now. Um, that is gonna be something I have to get Mr. Moose to help me with once he's home. Because I don't know what I'm doing there. Hmm. We might just need better internet. Um, but that is what this stream today is about. I am going to figure out those issues. Let's see. Is it all still frozen or are things moving again? Um, Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, I don't really know how to fix any of the freezing stuff, so I think I'm gonna just let it freeze for all of today and be a very, very poor quality stream. Um, because there's not much I know how to do here. But I do know how to sew, so I am going to sew. Okay. Okay. Puzzles everywhere. Huh. No sound. Okay, I don't know what's causing that. Oh, okay. Yeah, because my little microphone says that it is green. Um, Not really sure how to diagnose those issues. Maybe it's something to do with the little upload thing as well, where I've got an orange box. So I'm gonna just be really choppy and terrible and red box upload until I get Mr. Moose back here to help figure this out. Because I don't know how to do the internet. That's a him thing. Oops, got some fuzzums in that one. That's okay. It's got enough fuzzum anyways. Okay. There we go. Let's flatten out my stabilizer again. There we go. Yeah, picture's jumpy. That might be just because our internet is on the opposite side of the house and I'm trying to pull from it there. But I don't know if we can actually move it. I might have to resort to some cords all the way around my craft room. Okay. But this still counts as me streaming, even if it's terrible. So I'm doing it. Here's some of the fuzzles. Okay. Okay. We need some topping stabilizer to go on top of that just to keep all the fuzzums down in place. So that is my cutter again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay. And get some new magnets for that one. Okay. Even more fuzzums. And now I can take it back to the embroidery machine. Okay. Now this thread hates actually stitching for whatever reason. going to be doing the gray outline for a bit. And then once that's done, it does the face. So my input is no longer really needed on that face. I can go back to cutting out these bits. Some bits are pretty much done. There's my 6 crown bits. Once I get that face done, I'll be making the crowns out of that fabric. Oh, I do need some more water-soluble stabilizer for those. This is all my extra, so it's going to go away. I can get the hoop ready for the crowns right now. That's going to be stabilizers. My extra large hoop, my 12 by 20. I'll move stuff out of the way. figure that out on my machine later. Cross. Six. Six. And on this one, because I'm doing the crowns, I want the fabric to go up. That way when you're like touching the crowns and you brush the fabric, it's actually going to go up towards the points away from the bias lamp. The face goes down on this guy. The ears actually go out. So it feels better when you're paying them that way. Those pieces both get saved for later. Once the full embroidery is done there, these guys are actually done for now. These will be hand stitched on once they're all done. So I can put them back in the bag for now just to protect them. Oh, camera. Oh. Okay. Just got bugs. Bugs everywhere. I'm going to set this one aside for now. Along with its little fabric for later. Let's see, so that's the face, but it's going to be going for a while. Can't do the crowns until that's done. I could set up both of my machines to do the crowns and the face at the same time, but I'm not sure how noisy that would be or what the microphone is actually picking up. So I don't want to do that quite yet. Let's see. Everything there's looking good, so it's time for the face. Some eyeballs. Is and eyeballs time. I'm going to be cutting some little swatches out of these guys just to put into my fabric book, and then just putting them away, I think, for now. I think I'm going to cut out some back fabric first today. We'll see. We'll see. But I do have my little swatch book. All my different colors. So I'm just going to be adding these guys into that. Goes down, so I want... Go. Okay, so there's my minky. Whoop. Fuzzums everywhere. Move you out of the way. Okay. And that gets some pins to hold it together and also to make grabbing it exciting. And that is 1 yard of Shannon Emerald. And that goes in my closet. And then I figure out where the tiny little square went. Oh no! I lost my square! Oh no! There it is. Hit the ground with the rest of the fuzz. Hi, Sheppy. Warning that everything about this is terrible right now. I do not have a great internet connection and I can do nothing about it right now. So I am dropping frames left and right. Oh, looks good for now. Just give it like 5 minutes. That little green box is mostly being red and yellow. It's been green for the past little bit. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed for right now. Yep, so right now I've got my Cult of the Lamb face embroidering. I have one of them done already. The second one I have on order. And then after that, I'll have some of the crowns being made. In the meantime, I'm just cutting up fabric and trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. At this point in my embroidery, I'm only really needed to change the thread. It doesn't need me for anything else. So it's mostly a waiting game if I don't have anything else to do. Lost my little green guy again. There it is. Lamb got it. There's my emerald. Lamb gets back out of the way, so I'm going to cut another square of my next one. Okay. This one here is dark turquoise, I believe is the color. That's right. So this here is just my book of all my current colors, everything I have in on hand, just so that when I'm creating a project, I can go through what I have and kind of color match and figure out what's going to look best and if I have to order something new. So that's dark turquoise. I don't have a project for that one right now, but I found it cheap at a local store, so I bought it. My chemicals, get them out of the way. Don't need them right now. There's there. Skeletons. And that one's good to go put away. I think what I'm going to do next, while I wait for that lamb ear or lamb to finish, is I'm going to work on the ear. This is a stuffed animal prototype that I'm working on for someone. It's their OC. I do have a body. So that was just something I made earlier on. It's got all the markings on it so I can eventually cut this apart into the actual shape it needs. But then the face shape that I had made originally wasn't exactly what they were looking for. So I made a new one. It's got a little bit of a shorter snoot on it. And right now I'm just working on the big ears. So this right now is just tin foil with felt on top of it that will eventually be turned into a pattern. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I can take that right back off. Everything is kind of pinned down though, so you gotta find my pins and pull them out. Those pins are going to stay in just because that was the original ear shape that I was going for. The one I made was a little bit larger. I'm going to be able to trim that down now because I know where the original lines are. And I'm about ready to change my thread for the lamb face. Go. I spent way too long last night trying to figure out the hotkeys thing to swap. So, yeah, I'm very proud of them right now. Love the potato. Yay, thank you. The potato is one of the first original characters that I actually did and remembered to take pictures of. I have not, however, posted those pictures anywhere, but I do have pictures of it. So that's cool. I'm getting better at actually promoting myself and like showing people that I actually do work. So hopefully the stream also helps. If I've failed to take pictures of things, I'll just steal a screenshot. Okay, we're on to the white. After this white, I have more black for the other eye, and then the final white just for the little lamb pupil of it there. So it's going to be going for a while still. Stamps. So many stamps. Hey, yeah, I'm always up to making plushies. So, I mean, this is my full-time job now. Has been since about 2020. Before that, I just worked part-time making stuffed animals. So yeah, if you have an idea that you want, let me know. I do on my website have a very, very general, generic price list of what things would cost. But if you send me like a reference image or something like that, I can give you an actual quote, and then you can watch me make it right here on stream. So there we go. Okay, so that's the base of the ear there. This is where it attaches to the head. And that's the front of the ear, like that, right there. So I'm going to turn those into my pattern pieces. That's my base. That's eventually what I want to fit in those pins there. So my gray pieces are a little bit bigger than that if I walk it around the edge. So I'll just have to shrink these down just a tiny bit as I'm making them. Oops, nope. There we go. Paper time. This is just a wool pad. I use it for ironing things, and also I can pin into it so I can keep things in place so they don't slide around on me. Oh, no worries. You do not need to know anything about sewing to watch me. I used to actually teach people how to sew, so I'm really good to ask questions about sewing if you have them. That machine there that's running is a sewing and embroidery machine, meaning it can do both sewing and what it's doing now is embroidery. Basically, you just create the design. It's something that you create on your computer, load it into the machine, and then it does everything else from there. So a lot of that design work was done on the computer. I made that face myself, and then yeah, you just put it into the machine, and it tells you when to change the thread color, which it just told me now, and then you just press the go button, and it stitches out. I have two machines that are capable of doing that. The I've got my little guy, that's Thomas, my topaz. That one is just pretty much embroidery. I don't really set it up for sewing all that much. My other machine is more sewing, embroidery only when I need both machines really going at the same time. It is similar to the files that a 3D printer would use. It's not the same. It's actually it's an embroidery specific design file, but essentially what you're doing is you're creating vector lines in your design program and then turning it into a set of coordinates so that each needle point that goes down into the fabric is just X and Y coordinates on there. Um, so yeah, you create the file and then you save it into a specific file format for your specific machine. But it's just a set of coordinates about where to put the needle down and when to stop for the next color. So that was white. I'm going on to black for the rest of the eye now. Yep, so it just told me change to black thread. I put that in and it's going to do all of the black now. And then the final color is just going to be the white for that final pupil there. And then that face will be done. So I do have it on a slightly slower speed than what it can stitch. It does up to 1,000 stitches a minute, but that's really, really loud and it shakes my table and I don't like it. So I have it set to about 700 stitches a minute right now. Each individual stitch does have a maximum speed on it. So if it's doing a longer stitch that's really moving that needle, it'll slow itself down. Or if it's doing something where it's a lot of stitches in a very small spot where it might cause a knot, it'll also slow those down. So I don't think it's at the full 700 a minute right now, but that's its maximum speed that I've set it to right now. I do make most of my embroidery designs myself, especially because I'm making a lot of customized things. So, like a face for the lamb didn't exist before the game, so I had to make it myself there. I will be making more files for this guy, for lamb, when I'm closer to being done with that patterning. I'll probably do that on stream as well. That's pretty much just on my computer, just a program there. So I have to figure out how to do that, how to screen share, but Judah has been helping me out with that, so I'm gonna pick their brain and see if they can help me out. This is the ear. Oh, yeah, I know your two VTubers, Sparks and Sheppy. Yep. I've got my paper version of these pieces. This is still test number 1. I have no idea if this will actually work once I transfer it over. But I can't do it in felt for the actual ear, so this will be my first test. And I already think that the 2 pieces are going to be a little bit larger than what I want them to be. I am still adding some seam allowance. That's the extra fabric that you actually sew into so that your piece stays the same size as the outline that you've drawn. But I don't think I'm actually going to need this seam allowance. I think I'm going to end up cutting it down and just using that first line that I drew. And this is just roughly a 1/4 inch. It's a little bit smaller on these pieces, again, because I don't think I'm going to need it. But I will on this one. So that one's going to be much more like an actual 1/4 inch. And I am just eyeballing it here. When I do the actual pattern pieces, what I'll do is I will actually scan this page in, trace the piece the size I want it, and then I'll use Inkscape, which is a vector art program, that has a really, really cool feature where you can offset a line by a certain distance. So as long as I trace the line I want, I can actually tell it to offset by a 1/4 inch and get that outline exactly where I want it to be. Yes, you are famous. I don't remember whose raid dropped me off at your stream, but on my other account, I have been following you for a while. So I'm glad to see that you're back. You were gone for a while. I don't know what happened there, but I am glad to see you back and streaming again. That's I watch a lot of streams while I'm working. Yes, Inkscape is also free. I love that feature as well. That is the best feature of it. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm onto that final white, and then that face will be done. Go. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of new to me. Like, normally when I'm working, I have people streaming on Twitch in the background. I'll watch people play games, or mostly listen to people play games. So this is kind of new where I am not actually watching or listening to anybody today. I am talking to myself. Oh no, this I actually made this overlay myself, which is why nothing actually moves on it. I have no idea how to animate things or anything else. My little Mr. Mustache there. Eventually I'd like him to move while I'm talking, but I tried figuring that out with a couple of YouTube videos and failed. So after today, I'm going to go running back to judo and cry, and they can hopefully help me with that. Yeah. Yes, I will have chat on the overlay as well. That'll be that left side, kind of where I left it blank. There's also supposed to be a little pop-up that my Mr. Moustache would like say when a follower or a raid or something happens, like a little word bubble. I don't think that's working at all. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, I will definitely take you up on that. If I can't figure things out, I am going to be like running and crying to people a lot. I can sew. I do not know technology at all. That is not my forte. I know how to turn it off and back on and to Google my problem before I cry. Okay, so that is done. My little lamb face. So I can take that out and bring it over here. And my hotkey works! Yay! Okay. So there we go. That face is done. Okay. So that's the last I'm using my magnetic hoop for today. That face. Yay. I am going to be making the crowns for these guys next. I've gotten a lot of orders for these little lambs. I currently have 2 open, so that's these 2 faces. I am making them kind of in bulk though, because I can make them faster, like embroidering 6 crowns at once, which is what I'm going to be doing, instead of just one at a time. So I've kind of got pieces for the next 10 lambs already cut up and ready to sew together. I just can't sew them until somebody orders them because flat, they don't take up a lot of space. Once I stuff them though, they're much bigger, and I don't have the space in my craft room to be working around a herd of 10 little cultists. That I'm gonna get. The lamb face is done. I can clear that out, and I can load up my design of 6 crowns. That's the wrong hoop. 260, 200, yes, centered. And I don't actually know. So I designed this file a while ago so I can make 6 at once. I don't actually know exactly what my steps are, so I'm going to go back to my computer and open it up there and see what colors I'm supposed to be putting where. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Let's see. Move the face. No. I semi know what I'm doing. There's no issues on that face, so we should be good to go. Woo! Yeah, 10 people in the car. Yeah. I've had a hard time keeping them in stock on my Etsy. I don't list too many at the same time just because I don't want to overwhelm myself, so I do keep them kind of limited. And I think right now this is the longest the lambs have actually stayed up since I listed them. I've had them available for, I think, 4 or 5 days straight now before they got sold out. I think my embroidery program is almost open. Maybe, nope, not yet. My poor computer hates all of this. So the first stitch on this file doesn't really matter what the colors are because it's just going to be holding down my fabric. So I can do whatever I want there. Let's see, next color up would be red, so I'm going to put red in for right now. I'm going to change the speed to low. Yeah, absolutely. Send me a message. Probably here on Twitch. I don't. Yeah, Twitch would probably be best. I don't have my email or anything quite set up yet. I'm still working on that. Um, or through Etsy if you want to do that either. That also works. Etsy doesn't have the best of messaging systems though. It's kind of dumb. But yeah, I'm trying to do a couple more like OC type characters with different shapes and bodies and everything just for my portfolio. Um, like this one right here, Lan, is actually I'm making fairly cheap, a lot cheaper than I probably should, just because I don't have an example of a. Well, it's not a persona; it's just a character, but it's going to be a persona shape, so I don't have that reference yet. So Sparks, especially, I don't. I think the closest shape I've made to that would be Potato, for Altariana. So yeah, having more examples of things I make. I'm kind of just trying to build up my portfolio. I have not been great about taking pictures of the things I make, so I've made a lot of things and can't actually show them to people. So yeah, I very much be down to doing that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. You always yell at me to take pictures. I actually do have a photo light box now, so I can actually take pictures of things and have them look nice. And then I'm gonna try and remember that when I'm working, I actually need to like take pictures of the things I have on my table and just put them on Instagram. It doesn't matter if they're perfect or not. At least it's something. Because I'm really not great at promoting myself. I like making the things. I hate selling the things. Promoting myself and actually getting people to buy them. Is it not enough to just make? Must I also sell? Okay. Okay, those are tacked down now. That fabric is smooth, so they're not going to be causing issues as I embroider on it. Next up is I have to put that water-soluble stabilizer down, which where did I put it? Well, hell. Ah, okay. Craft room's really not that big. I should not be losing things in it. Okay, that goes down, and this has to be held. And my balls. Okay, so that embroidery's all set up to go now. There's not much more I have to do until that's done. It's gonna do all 6 of the red eyeballs, then the black pupils, and then it'll actually sew the back onto it for me. So, because that's just a flat piece, it's not something complex shaped like the face. It's just a flat piece, so it'll actually stitch it together for me. And then I just have to put the bases on after I stuff it. I'm not going to be doing anything more with the lamb face today. That water-soluble stabilizer that I had on top, that plastic saran wrap looking shit, that keeps all the fuzz down so it doesn't poke through the thread. But it is still underneath the thread, so it needs to be washed out. So this is going to be all soggy wet and dry, and then I will work on it again tomorrow or Wednesday, depending on what I'm doing those 2 days. Oh, you need my pencil. All my pattern pieces get arrows on them. That's just the direction of the fluff. It doesn't super matter for the test, but once I create the actual plushie, I want to make sure everything's going the right direction. So just one of those best practices thing. I always keep those arrows on it and make sure that they're going in the right direction. There. Don't think there's a best way to keep these guys from wasting some fabric. So, whoops. Too pointy. Okay, there are 4 pieces. That is one ear, the 2 sides, the underside, and then this is just going to go straight against the head to kind of keep that same shape there.
so that the ear doesn't warp and change the shape of the head once it's made. For this practice one, I'm going to have this for the final version. What I'll probably do is just cut that hole out of there, so there's only one layer. But for this guy, he's going to have the two. Just so that if this doesn't work out, I haven't cut holes into my test, which does work pretty well right now. One eyeball done. That's the base that's going to go around the head there. Right there. It is bigger than the line of pins, just because it does have that seam allowance that's going to be sewn into the inside of the ear. There. Yep. This one will attach right there. That's the underside of the ear there. And then these guys will go like that to be the top. The first line we're going to sew is actually that top line. The two little dash marks there just mean those two lines are supposed to line up together. That's just standard pattern notation. Okay, there's no standard on pattern notation, but there's mostly standard. So the two lines just mean that's two lines or two pieces that go together there. Probably should have drawn the whole center line on this guy. Oh. I'm gonna line up right there, right in the center of the two earpieces. Don't want the yellow pins for this. You're not supposed to sew over pins. You're supposed to remove them as you go. I sew over my pins all the time, but not the yellow ones. My yellow pins are thicker. Yeah, that's not going to show up on my camera at all. But my yellow pins are a lot thicker, so if I hit them, there's more damage that can be done either to the pin or to the needle of the machine. The little blue ones are much thinner, so if I run over them, they just bend and the machine keeps going. It's going to be a little bit bigger than this space, so I'm going to want to make that a bit smaller for the next year, but I just want to make sure there's nothing else I need to do as well. So this is going to be sewn in place, stretched and sewn in place, just so that I can kind of see all the issues that it might have. We want my pins to be on the outside here. I'm going to be sewing it like this. So I want the pins to be on the top side just so that the ends don't get caught underneath my sewing machine's foot.
And that's 3 eyeballs.
So those 2 lines before I come back and pin the bottom there. Downsize this a little bit for the next ear test. Depending on what the person says about the ear shape. A lot of the times when I'm making like fully custom stuffed animals, the reason it takes me so long is that I'm waiting back and forth for a response from the person. Like this face shape is like the 3rd or 4th I've made to see if this is the right shape. And each time I make it, I then have to wait for a response. So one of the reasons I'm really like looking forward to streaming, and I hope that this works out, is that I'll be able to make things and kind of adjust them in real time on the fly. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I think that'll be fun. Here, here's my stuffing. And right from the start, I can see that this curve is not nearly deep enough. So that's going to be something that I mark for changes on the next year. That ear looks a little bit big to me. So I'm going to have to shrink that down a little bit. I also want it to go a little bit higher, so I'm going to take a little bit off of it there. Pin. I definitely want to bring it in more to the middle. I'm actually going to stitch that up right now. I'm going to bring it in about that much. So essentially what I've done is I've just created a little Christmas tree looking V there. So when I pull it, everything will come together and it'll actually just kind of squish the whole ear together. Now, when I remove those pins, the ear's going to want to go in a bit more. Ooh, I might even want more than that. So I'm going to make another Christmas tree on the way down. Yeah, that looks like more the shape I'm looking for. That looks better. That's stabbing. I need more yellow pins. Okay. That's pretty much the ear shape I was going for. I just wanted to be a little bit smaller along the edges. So, but I've got it all marked down, so now I can take my marker and basically draw those lines there. I do want to wash off the previous lines that I have because I no longer need them. So this one is also done for today. It's going to go get a small bath and then dry, and then tomorrow I will redraw those lines in, make a second ear off of this pattern, stick them both back on, and see if that's the right shape for the person whose character this is. So there we go.
Okay, red eyeballs are done. Now they just get the black pupils in the center there. So take out the red thread, put in the black. Oh, now I can erase here from my list. And I'm going to just cut another small little square from here for my swatch book while I wait for the little ears or uh, the eyeballs to be done. This is like the most violent orange I've ever seen, and I love it. Hi, Judo! Look what I did to my stream! I made a little background. Nothing on it is animated. I'd really like if Mr. Moustache there, if he would like move when I talk, but I don't know how to do that. And then he's supposed to have a little word bubble that pops up when people follow, but that doesn't work, and I don't know why. I watched a YouTube video and it failed me. Okay, that help would be very much appreciated. I think what I'm gonna end up doing today. Oh, watch this! I can do this. Ready? Ah, yeah. I have hotkeys. Yeah. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stream just a little bit longer until those eyeballs are done. Once I create the crowns, and then I will be done for today, just so that I can then watch the stream, hate my voice entirely, and figure out what does and does not work. Yeah, so it's eyeball number 3 of 6, and then it has to actually put the crowns together. So I'm still here probably until 2 if you're busy then. But after that, yes, I will be looking for help from whoever is capable of giving it. I am doing the thing to moderate success. I'm gonna make the eyeballs again. Yeah, they're more interesting than me cutting little squares out of my fabric.
Why are you not landing at the street? So rude. So rude. Sharp things again. This is just called orange. Okay. Yeah, that is a very, very violent orange I've got there. That looks like the final eyeball. Yeah, this is the most orange fabric I have ever seen. I need a project to make something out of this. This is like more orange than like traffic cone orange, and I love it. My eyeballs. Hi, Pig. Okay, after that, the next. Oh, okay. Next up is it's just gonna do my embroidery is just gonna go around and actually do the crown shape. So I need to remove the stabilizer. It's not got any extra lines or anything though. So riveting content, me cutting thread. if you do ping your Discord and post about it, I am going to freak out and panic. Just fair warning. Everybody will get to watch me make little eyeball crowns. I already finished the lamb face that I was making today. Ooh, little thread bits. So that's the face that I made. So I've got 2 current orders for these guys. So I've made the face of the first one. This will be the second one. I can't turn it into a head quite yet though. There is this same plastic wrap stabilizer underneath it, underneath these threads. So I'm gonna go and like soak this in water for a couple minutes and then let it dry overnight, just so that plasticky stuff is gone. It's not really super noticeable to anyone besides me, but I don't like it being there just because I'm like a perfectionist in everything I do. So it does take me a full 24 hours basically for any embroidery that has that stabilizer, which to be honest is about 90% of my embroideries. Anytime you do anything with the fuzzy, you need to have something on top of it, otherwise bad things happen. So any of my embroidery files, whatever I make that day, I don't actually get to sew with it until the following day. Or the day after that, depending on how much water this Sherpa actually holds. These lambs get very soggy very fast. Got my little threads, bosoms everywhere. Whew. Whew. Okay, most of the fuzzums are gone. That's good enough for me. So this next part is totally uninteresting because I'm going to just put a piece of fabric on top of it so you don't get to see any other cool stuff happening. I have the eyeballs. not even interesting thread on it. It's black thread on black fabric, so it's just gonna wiggle around a bit. Keep the extra for a later project and throw away the rest. That is an embroidery machine. That's the main screen on my screen. Words. That's an embroidery machine. It's essentially a sewing machine that has this arm attached to it, that T-bar off to the side. Let's right, right there. That white arm. You take a hoop and you actually hook it in there, and then it moves on like a set of XY coordinates, so that it moves the fabric underneath the needle to actually stitch out what I'm doing. So I made the crown design on my computer, loaded it onto the machine, and then just kind of put the fabric in that hoop, hold it all together, and my machine does the rest of the sewing for me. So it really cuts down on the time that it takes to make these crowns. The first couple of crowns I made, I actually sewed by hand. I was able to make one crown in the time that a embroidery machine can make 6 of them for me. And it does it a lot more precise, because I just put in basically like a smooth vector line, convert it into stitches, and they don't have to worry about it slipping up like I would. Take away the lamb faces, because I have more fabric to fold. This one I don't need to cut a square out of first. I already have a square of it. I make little stuffed bats. Not my own pattern. That's a pattern I purchased from someone else. But I make little bats, and this is one of my, couple of my bats actually. I make a little steampunk one, and then one with coffee beans on the wings. So I already have that fabric. I just needed more of it. This is cappuccino. Yes, embroidery skills versus sewing skills are 2 different things. I am pretty good at both of them. I can muddle my way through and figure out what I'm doing. But embroidery is a lot more like designing on the computer and doing graphic art than it is actually sewing. Whereas sewing is a lot more trying to visualize what a 3D shape would look like in parts, and then cutting them out and putting them together smoothly. Okay, that fabric is ready to be put away too. Oh, carbon fuzzums. Cool. Fuzzums everywhere. yeah, if you ever have sewing questions, it is like the one thing I'm good at. So I will trade you sewing knowledge for any other sort of knowledge. I don't generally do a lot of clothing type sewing, just because patterns that are pre-made for clothing are made for a very like standard body type that fits like literally no one in the world. So a lot of sewing clothing is knowing how to modify those patterns, make them wider or skinnier in different parts, longer, shorter. It's called grading a pattern. And I don't like grading patterns because it's just it's so persnickety. Like what I'm doing with the ear here on this doll, where I'm making little changes, stitching it out, making little changes, stitching out. That's basically what you're doing with grading until you get really good at it, and then you don't have to like test things out. I'm not good at it. I still test things. Clothing is so much bigger and it uses so much more fabric. I really try not to do that. Stuffed animals are much smaller. I can make a dozen of these ears in the same fabric that it would take to make the front of a shirt. If I have that color in my book. Maybe Jewel? Doesn't really match Jewel here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with that is Jewel. What of your cosplays had a cape, Judo? I don't remember that one, I don't think. Okay. Okay, so those crowns are done. Woo! Oh, okay, so I would not have seen that one if you were already gone. You already abandoned us. Nurskilla? Nurskilla? Nurse. Uh, Nursilla? Okay. Monster Hunter. Okay, spider I can pronounce. I do not know the spider monster in Monster Hunter. All I know about Monster Hunter is watching you play it, basically. Okay, so I consider myself a professional at this because I basically sew constantly all the time. Seam allowance is the bane of my existence. I make things so much smaller than I actually should all the time. So I have to like sit here and like physically remind myself, add seam allowance to things. Half the pattern pieces I make have seam allowance, half of them don't. I don't always write add seam allowance or has seam allowance on things. And sometimes I'll just put like seam allowance. And I don't know if that means I need to add it or if it has it. Real professional. Okay, so I'm just freeing the crowns from their fabric prison now. Now that my embroidery machine has done the majority of my sewing work for me. Yeah, these are some really nice smooth lines. I can do that by hand when sewing, but it is much more difficult to keep straight lines, especially on this Mochi Minky fabric that I'm using. Mochi Minky is just very soft and fluffy and like thin and super super stretchy. Um, it likes stretching away from the needle as you're sewing. Okay, now I get to do the snips. Where's my tiny scissors? Tiny scissors. I know. I know. Oh, there you are. Goals for this year in what way? For my streams, I would like to be self-confident enough to keep doing them and not vanish into a hole somewhere. To figure out what I'm doing. Ideally, I would really like. Well, I'm usually in my craft room working, 5 days a week. Maybe 4 this coming summer, depending on what the Mr. Moose's work schedule is. He might have Fridays off, in which case I may or may not stream there. But I would really like to maybe stream the entire time I'm working. So that would be, I guess, my goal. I know that I work better and more consistent when uh there are other people potentially working with me, just that kind of body doubling thing. Um and or I know that I have an audience that I have to like be good in front of. I can't sit around on Reddit all day doing nothing if there's people potentially watching me. So even if there's nobody in my streams, I think having the camera on and recording would be like a motivation. Hi, Miles the corn dog. I am still interested in making a corn dog. I hope work goes well too. Yeah, so ideally I would really like to be streaming the entire time that I'm working. So potentially 4 days, 8 hours a day kind of a thing. Maybe not all of it. There's some parts of the plushie making process that I probably don't want to stream, because it's basically me just staring at a piece of paper like all day, doing little sketches and trying to figure out the shapes. I don't think that would be very interesting, and I don't know how much I'd be able to focus on like turning 3D shapes into 2D pattern bits, if I am also online reading things. No, me staring at a blank piece of paper is not content. That's cheating. I mean, right now I am literally pulling scraps of paper off of fabric. I think like this is as low key as I can get, and then still claim that I'm making content. People do sleep on stream. That is like astounding to me. I love that so much in a weird sort of way. Like that's people are so cool that like they can get other people to like them enough that like you can be doing literally nothing and people still care about you, and that's really cool. Like just as a concept, I like that. Okay, there. I've made a whole bunch of fuzzies. That's content. So, okay, so these crowns are mostly done for now. There we go. I'm going to get rid of my fuzzies before I bring the lamb back over, because Sherpa collects fuzzies like nobody's business. But there we go. Lamb plus crown. I will not be stitching these up any further right now. I do make 2 different versions of the crowns. One that is removable with a little magnet in the bottom of it, and one that is non-removable that I just sew onto the top of the head. And depending on which version somebody buys, I do sew the crown slightly different from this point. So I don't want to go ahead and like make the magnet ones and then people don't want the magnet ones, and I have to undo everything that I've just done. Oops, I forgot to cut the bottom off of this one. There we go. Let's see what other. No, that one's also missing the bottom. Okay. So these crowns are basically done for today until somebody buys another lamb. But these will all go in a little bag. I have a whole bunch of lamb parts. Like the weirdest, fluffiest version of Hannibal Lecter here. Where I've just pre-cut everything for the lambs. So that if somebody comes and buy one, I already have the bits pretty much put together. I just need to take them out and actually stitch them into a lamb together. The lambs are fairly expensive, but this is how I'm actually keeping them a little bit cheaper by making them in bulk. Because like I can have my embroidery machine make 6 crowns in the time that it takes me to sew one. So really I can price the crown part of the lamb as 1/6 of what it would normally be. I do price everything by the hours that I spend working on it. So the more I can make at the same time, the cheaper I can eventually make the prices of them. I do the same thing with the little bats I make, where I'll make a whole bunch of them at the same time. Considering actually cutting out some fabric for them after the lamb bits are done, which almost. So yeah, I can have those the bats made as well. Ah, I should do sign language. I should just sign everything I'm doing. Interpretive sewing. Okay, so these are going to be set aside for now. Same as the other lamb face. I do need to take some water and actually get rid of that water soluble stabilizer behind it. Just so that there's no. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to see this on the camera. This is so terrible. There's little bits of the plastic right along the edge. I'm just going to dissolve those away so that it's like perfect before I send it out. But again, they will need about 24 hours to dry before I put them, like, start sewing them next. So, so many strings. Okay, so these are getting set aside. They are done for today. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so now I just need to get rid of my fuzzums. I don't have I forget the word, what it's called. I don't have just one screen on OBS. I don't have any more embroidery to do today though. So I guess we're just gonna stare at my machine turned off. So many fuzzums. There we go. Okay, so I can actually erase that. I have finished my crowns. Ha. So the only other thing I was really planning on doing today was cutting out fabric for either the narwhals or for the bats. Narwhals sew up easier, so I can make them quicker. I sell those in person at a little craft market. And I'm running low on those in the store, so I do need to cut out some more. Bat fabric, I can either cut out the fun wing fabric or the body fabric. I think I'm going to pull out the bat fabric. That's cotton fabric, so it leaves a whole lot less fuzzums around. I have coffee beans. Sushi. Watermelon seeds. Avocados. Mushrooms. I've got strawberries, blueberries, and cherries. Apparently I have a second version of watermelon seeds because I'm a gremlin that buys way too much fabric. Cool, 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 cool. Some plants and paw prints. Okay, let's see. Pigs. Don't know if I want to use those bees. I think I'm going to use these bees. Little bumbles. Okay, keys for my steampunk bats, and then some space bat fabric. So this is all going to be, again, riveting content. A lot of what I do is just cut out fabric. Just repetition over and over and over. So I'm going to just make a whole bunch of these bat wings today. I was trying to find a bat in all of my pile of stuffed animals to show what a bat would look like. I don't think I have a single bat here. I know I have one somewhere with a hole in its wing, so I shouldn't have taken that one in to sell. But I can't find it right now. So I'm going to go dig through my closet again and be real quiet and super entertaining. Bats acquired. There we go. I'm going to put my food here. Animals here. And other stuff there. Yeah. There we go. That's the little bat that I make. This is not one of my own patterns. This is a pattern that I purchased from a different plushie maker. But they are quick and easy to make. So when I don't have other projects or I'm waiting on feedback from someone before I can continue, these are pretty good little projects to just stitch up fairly quickly. I can make a bat in under an hour if I am making a lot of them at the same time, I can cut that down even further. Well, I can stitch one up. I can't cut the fabric and stitch one up. That takes about an hour and a half. But if I cut out all the fabric right now so that I have them, then I can stitch them up real quick while I'm waiting for feedback from other projects. Yes, I am in Judo's Discord. Not under the name Dapper Moose Studio or anything there. I'm under Clockwork Moose. So I think I have the same avatar though. The little Mr. Moustache. I'm getting better at pointing. That little guy. He should be my avatar on Discord as well, I believe. God, I lost the camera. That's cool. I wasn't using that camera anyways. Don't need that one. And then there's another little bat that I haven't quite finished yet. It's headless. Poor little guy. Ah. There we go. So I am basically today just going to be cutting up some fabric for the wings there. Depending on how much of that I get done, I can also cut up the backing fabric out of the Minky. But this is the boring part of plushie making, where you just do chores basically. I'll leave that little guy sitting there. I think I'm going to cut out my food bats first. My fruit bats. Ha ha ha. I'm going to do that one. I don't need to do 2 different watermelon bats, so I'm going to just do this one. It's got more seeds on it. Okie dokie. Pattern bits. My organizational system is throw things in folders and then throw the folders in places. Need this one. I need. Okay. So each bat needs 2 of the wings. If I fold it over a couple of times, I can actually cut out more than one, which is part of the reason I like making lots of bats at the same time, because I can just cut once and get multiple bits out of it. I'm gonna aim, I think, to make enough wings for 6 bats of each of these fabrics, I think. I think I might still have one mushroom for sale. I don't know about my strawberries and cherries. I don't think I've made any blueberries, and these will be the first watermelons I make. I did have coffee bats, but I've completely run out of them. I've not made any sushi bats. My avocado bat, I used a different fabric, so this will be a new fabric there. So yeah, I think I'm going to just make 6 of each of them, maybe less of the strawberries and cherries. I'll have to check online and see how many I actually have still in stock of those ones. Yeah, so I'm going to be able to get the 4 sets of wings out of here, and then I can do 4 sets of ears right here after I unfold it outwards. Maybe I'll have to make 8 then, because that will give me a straight line cut across the fabric. That'll be a little bit easier to refold and put away. Yeah, so that is 4 bats there. I'm going to grab my pins. Just going to pin everything together. There. And there. I'm going to cut these out and then come back for the little squares. The squares are where the ears are eventually going to be cut out of. But because the ears are so small and have such curves on them, it's actually easier to sew them first out of this square and then go and cut the actual ear shape out of them. So the wings get cut out as is, the ears are just a rectangle. Make sure I'm good there. I'm going to unpin. Oh. And I actually want to move this back up. So the underside of the fabric has got this white on it. That's just the raw, the selvage edge, not the raw edge. Raw edge is this side. That's the selvage edge. I just don't want to be cutting out of that. So I'm going to make sure that my wings are off of there. Yep. And then I'll pin that in place. Okay. It doesn't matter that I'm flipping this over right now. For each bat, I do need a front and a back piece, but because of the way I have this fabric folded, I'm going to get 2 fronts and 2 backs out of it already. Also, you should not write on fabric with a pen, which I am absolutely doing. When I cut these, I'm actually going to be cutting right on the other side of the pen, so it won't end up on the final plushie. But you don't want to have pen on your fabric in the plushie because pen tends to bleed. So don't do this. There we go. Okay, so that there is 8 bat's wings. Ah, stabbed. There's another crafty streamer I follow who works with a lot of pins and needles, and she's actually got like a stab counter that her mods can update each time she gets stabbed. So I was considering something like that. It would be a very high number every day. Ah, missed. Missed. There we go. Okay. One bat. One bat. And actually, I'm going to run out of the room for just a second so I get to use my BRB screen that I actually have made. Because I'm cool and I totally know what I'm doing.
I'm back. There are a lot of lights on in this room just so that all my machines have lights. And it's a little warm. And okay, so there are my wings. They don't need to be pinned anymore. I'm going to just pile them together. So I essentially have fronts and backs for each bat there. Ta-da! So the next time I don't have a project right away, what I can do is just grab a pile of bat wings and put together a couple of bats in that day. Yeah, these bats right now. Oh no, that one's got white on it. Okay, whatever. Close enough. That is probably within the seam allowance. I do have a 1/4 inch on each of them, so I think I'm going to sew right up to the edge of that white, so it should be okay. That's the only one that I haven't done. I do sell these bats in person at a local little crafty place. So they are basically what is helping me pay my rent right now. All these little bats and the narwhals as well. Not my favorite thing to make. Ideally, I would be making like OCs and personas and things like that, where each one of them is unique and individual each time. Um, Unfortunately, those are much more expensive, and there's only so far down I can push each cost. Um, Personas are not something I can make in bulk like these little bat wings are today. So there's a very limited market for the people who can actually buy personas and plushies like that, custom plushies all the time. But that's really my favorite thing to make, just where every individual thing is unique. So hopefully I'll be able to do that more often. If people in real life keep buying my bats, then I'll be able to focus more on making uh, larger stuffed animals on stream. Just kind of filling in the space with bats when I don't have large projects. There we go. I am going to save this little bit for later because I can get 2 more ears out of it. Actually, I'm going to cut that right now, I think. Yeah. I'll cut that now and then just have 2 extra in the pile. Uh, I'll just keep them right here for now. Yeah.
My original coffee bats were actually pretty popular online. I sold a bunch of them there. Um, I ran out of that fabric though, so I had to stop making them for a while. And then I randomly found this piece, which is really super wrinkly actually. So I'm not going to cut that right now. Let me see. I'm going to set up my ironing mat so that I can flatten those ones out. Okay, mini size cutting mat so that I can do ironing over here. You can't iron on top of these boards. They will melt and warp. But I can iron basically right on top of my wooden table. That is safe. So this is basically just pressed wool. Just fairly thick chunk of wool. That's what I use to iron on. It's a little bit more convenient than setting up an entire like ironing board, giant's ironing board. And I don't normally do giant things like clothing, so all I really need is 12 inches. Oh, I have a half yard of this fabric, and that's that. So, again, I cannot make many more coffee bats, but these guys did sell pretty well when I made them the first time around. I had mocha, cappuccino, and latte, 3 different color browns with the coffee beans on the wings. Wrinkle on the back to wrinkly beans. Okay. That should be better. Gotta figure out the best way to cut wings out of here. Probably gonna be this way. Yeah. I think I'm gonna be able to get 8 bats out of here. Yeah, 8 bats per half yard is what I wrote in my notes to myself. So probably not going to be able to get more than that. So I won't worry about saving too much of this fabric. I do keep small squares of each of the fabrics I use just for like reference back to them if I need to find them later. So I will cut a little extra out of here, but this is going to be just 8 bats and nothing else. And ooh, that's a little bit hard to see there. I'm going to flip this fabric inside out because I think it's going to be easier to write on the inside of the fabric, the wrong side there, rather than on the outside. Again, riveting content. Ooh, warm. Warm, warm, warm. Oop. Strings. Batwing. I have no idea if that's actually visible on stream or not, but I can see it, and that's what matters because I'm the one cutting it. breeze. Breeze. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. Okay, so those are my 8 bat wings from my coffee bats. Little pizza wheel. Oh, I'm gonna pin these guys in place first. Cotton doesn't usually slide, not like Minky, but just in case. Because if I mess these guys up, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna find coffee bean fabric is. So I'd rather have 8 coffee bats to sell than okay. I'll hold that aside for now. I missed that line. So let me go back. Okay. I'm cutting just inside of the pen lines I drew, so the actual batwing won't have any pen actually on it. That does require that I'm actually precise, though. I can't just like no slashing and hacking through these guys. Go. we go, 1 batwing freed. Two batwings freed. Three. And the final batwing. Okay, so that's enough for 8 bats. Coffee bats. Bean bats. Bean bats. The rest of this is going to be their ears. It's a little bit too narrow, so it's going to go this way. Four. A little bit short again. So it goes in on these edges. Technically that would probably be okay because of the shape of the bat ears and I know what they are. But for future me who may not remember, I'm going to just cut them this way. Future me will probably appreciate not having to do the funky lining things up. And then and cut one right there. And I've got that little extra bit, which I will cut a little square out of here just to keep as my reference. But I'm not going to get another bat out of there. The bats are very wing. I've basically just cut out a bunch of squares and wings for the coffee beans and for the watermelon. I have a pile. All of these guys left to go. Um, that's pretty much the last thing I have for today. I don't have anything more that I can do with the lambs until I wash the faces out. Faces and crown out. And then the custom plush I'm making. This little guy. Let's see. Yeah, just barely fits sideways. Yes. There we go. That one, I need to take a copy of this ear and then trace it around and put a second ear on it, see if that size works. I think it's a little bit big, so I have to cut it down a little bit for the next one. But again, I've got marker on here that I want to erase, which means it's going to be, I have to wash it basically, and it'll take another 24 hours. So I can't really do anything more with the head right now either. Oh, Sheppy, thank you. Gonna be lots of this. Lots of me just cutting stuff and stitching little guys together. Um, I am gonna wash out the lambs tonight, so depending on basically how dry the wind is, that will depend on how long it takes them to dry out and when I can actually stitch them together next. I do want to have both of the lambs done within the next like 10 days. That's when the first one is due to be mailed out. The second one I still have like a month after that, but I do want to get it. I like getting things out as soon as I can. Um, so I'm gonna try and get those two lambs sewed up. So I will have something more interesting to actually show later on this week. Um, yeah, today is just cutting bat wings though. Judah, do you mean I should have background noise or I am the background noise? I am the background noise. Yes. I tried looking up how to put music in a stream and it seemed very complicated last night, so I gave up. I'd already failed to make my new follower alert work, so I didn't feel like failing twice. So yeah, that'll be something I ask you for help with again as well. Oh, you say it's not that hard, but you don't know me and technology. Me and technology do not get along. Yeah. Help is always appreciated. Oh, look at this. This is two different pieces. Ooh. This must have been like a fat quarter that I bought. So fabric yards are basically sold like the width of the fabric, usually either 45 or 60 by a yard. A fat quarter is when they cut it in half, half a yard, and then they cut it down in half so you get half the width and half a yard. So this is probably a fat quarter that I bought two of and then just folded up as if they were a full piece of fabric to trick myself later on. These ones, because they are uh, directional, I am going to have to cut these out one back pair at a time. I won't be able to fold them over like I did the other guys. So this will take me a little bit longer to cut, but I should be able to get 8 bats out of here as well, maybe. I guess it'll depend on how I fit the ears in because I don't want to have sideways sushi on my bat ears. You're a fat quarter? Yeah, I do have several commissions right now, Sheppy, that I am working on, so I don't know how many more big projects I'm taking on right now. I have the land plushie, this one that I'm working on the ear for. This one's my biggest project. I do want to get that one done fairly quickly. I have most of the pieces done. Like the body's done, the tail is patterned. I'm mainly doing the ears, and then I've got hair to put on it. Um, that one's my biggest project that I'm working on right now, though. So I really want to get that one done. Uh, I have fabric for another couple that are arriving that I have to get done as well. That one is a an OC from Lilo and Stitch. It's a chocolate, uh, like a chef version of Stitch. Really cute. I've got that one and like 3 mini chip, like chocolate chip versions to go with that one. Those are my big commissions for this month. So I probably won't be taking on any more right now, not until I at least get one of these guys done. But after that, I do like to have multiple projects that I'm working on at the same time, just so that in like the case where I'm waiting for fabric for the stitch, I can still keep working on things when I'm waiting on feedback for if the ear shape is good, I have something else that I can work on as well. So as soon as I finish either Stitch or the Lamb, um, one of those two, then I'll probably take on another stuffed animal as well. I've got one other person who's waiting for one of their OCs, a little robot, but that one is all square shapes, so it won't take me hardly any time to pattern out. I'll just have to create the embroidery files for that one basically, which I can also do on stream. Um, so that one's a fairly quick project. It wouldn't be intensive like Sparks would be. Anytime I have to create a new pattern, that's basically what takes the most time. Bat. Nope, not you. Okay, Batwing. Hey, that fits. Okay. That is 2 ears. That is 4 ears. 4 ears, 2 bats. I need to make 2 more sets of wings to go with those ears. The edge of this piece kind of ran over the other one. That's probably really hard to see. Yeah, that's gonna be impossible. Okay. Anyways, they ran over each other. That really isn't gonna matter again because I've got that seam allowance built in. So a 16th of an inch that I've got there is gonna be caught up in that 1/4 inch that I usually use. Generally, when you're sewing, that seam allowance that you have built in is either going to be a 1/4 inch or 5/8 of an inch. Clothing uses 5/8 of an inch just because if you have to like modify the clothing, like take it in if somebody loses weight or let it out if they gain weight, you've got a little bit more fabric around there to play with and to work with. Whereas stuffed animals that don't need to be resized, you usually use a 1/4 inch. Some people who work with Minky will include a bigger seam allowance than that because the edges of Minky try to vanish into your sewing machine. Like, the sewing machine really likes eating Minky. I generally just do a 1/4 inch on everything because if I start mixing up my measurements and doing like 1/4 inch on something, 1/2 inch on Minky, it's not going to go over well. I will very much forget what seam allowance I used on something, and I will make the wrong. I will stitch it out wrong, and it will not look right. Things will not fit together right. So I just deal with Minky vanishing into my sewing machine and pull it back out afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 sets of wings. So I am going to be able to get 8 out of here as well. And some extra wings, or extra ears, which I will have no use for whatsoever. There and there. Okay, now I get to cut. And everyone's going to be pinned together. So these sushi bats are probably going to end up being the only 8 sushi bats I make. Generally, I buy my fabric from Joann Fabrics. I do have a little local quilting store now that I can buy Minky and cottons from, but those ones are a little bit more expensive and high quality, meant for quilters, not people who make stuffed animals. So I generally stick with Joann Fabrics, and if I've gotten a fat quarter from there, the way their fat quarters work is that when they are running low on a fabric, instead of selling it by the bolt, the entire full roll of fabric, they just chop it up into squares and then send it out to the stores randomly. So generally, when a fabric has been turned into a fat quarter, that's the end of that fabric. They are not planning on printing it ever again. So I don't think I will find this fabric again if it was indeed a fat quarter. So limited run of bats. Cut these guys first. Okay, so there's some ears. Here's the other ears. As they run off the table. That top one's a little bit large, but that's not going to matter. Again, the ears I just stitch out and then cut the fabric away from them. So it doesn't matter if it's a little bit big now because I'm gonna just cut it off anyways. And we're all good there. Can't really see my lines on top of the black, but whoops. Gonna just wing it around those. I'm pretty sure I know where the curve is based on everything else and having made so many bats. So I'm just kind of winging it, and if it doesn't line up, the Minky itself will be stretchy enough that I can line up whatever line I have cut with the wings here. Yeah, like close enough. Line's probably somewhere around there. It's cool. I also have a trash can that's like right underneath my table here, so I can just like sweep things off the edge into the trash can. Most of it ends up in the trash can. Whatever else doesn't just turns my floor fuzzy. And then my Roomba gets it at the end of the evening. Okay, that's extra. I'm probably going to cut out a little square right in the middle there just so I have a record of it in case I ever find it again. Unlikely, but just in case. So that and my coffee beans, I'll cut the little bits out of there later. Close enough. Okay. So I'm making 8 sets of wings out of each of these. That is about like I can make 8 bats in a day. That's like a full day's work there. So I am going to be making more bats than I can feasibly sew in a day here. But if I cut them all out this way together, it saves time. Instead of pulling out one fabric, unfolding it, cut one little set of wings, and then cut out the minky and everything. If I can just cut out all of my cotton in one day and then all of my minky the next day, it again, it speeds up my process, so I can make more bats and price them a little bit cheaper than if I was just making one at a time. Usually helps when I can double up the fabric though. Like this one right here, I just cut through 2 layers of fabric. That's one bat. The other two that I made, the coffee beans and the watermelon, I was able to cut 2 sets of wings out at the same time. So that's even speedier. But this stuff is directional. Had I folded it over, I'd either get less wings out of this fabric, or I would have had upside down sushi on half my bats. Which I have done before. One of the 2 steampunk bats I make, I tell everyone that the ear fabric is upside down on purpose because he's just a little topsy-turvy. It's because the original bat, I cut a whole bunch of ears out upside down, and I didn't want to waste all of that fabric there, so I gave him upside down ears. And the backstory. Yeah, sushi! These are going to be sushi bats. There we go. Okay, so that is the last of the sushi. There I've got my coffee beans, my watermelon, my sushi. That is 8 bats of each of them. I've got my avocados as well. This is going to be my second version of avocado bat. The first one I made, the avocados were just like all over, kind of like the mushrooms. I can't find that fabric again either, so this was the closest I could come up with. I'm not as big of a fan of it just because it's not as busy. I kind of like to have lots of bits on the wings just because when I cut them out, there's the possibility that if you've got a big pattern spaced far apart, you're not going to have very many of those on the wings. That's something that I run into a bit with my space bats, because my space fabric has got some really cool, well, it's got glitter, but it's got some really cool planets and such on it. But it's also kind of easy to miss all of the planets and get a wing that's somewhere right in the middle, and that's kind of boring. So with the space bats, I try and always make one of the wings super interesting with a planet, and then the other wing something super boring. But avocado bats. I also name all my bats. So the avocado bats are named Toast. They are millennials. Ha 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 ha. And this is going to be another one that's kind of directional, it looks like. No, they seem to be going in every which direction, so it doesn't matter exactly how I cut these guys. Okay, that's my favorite. There we go. 1, 2. Whoop. 3. And 4. Hi, Sunday. You're joining us as I cut out bat wings from fabric. I make these little bats. It's not my pattern. It's just something I can make pretty quickly. Oh, look at all that pen on my hand. It's just something that I can make fairly quickly when I don't have other projects. And right now I don't have other projects. I finished the lamb face I was working on for Cult of the Lamb a little bit earlier. So that's that there. I finished embroidering that today. I'm going to be turning it into a little lamb head later on. I need to wash it out tonight and then let it dry. So this project, this lamb, will probably continue on Wednesday. And I'm also, my other project, this little guy, I just made his ear today. So I'm going to be sending a picture of this one on to the person who is buying this guy and making sure that the ear is right. I think it's a little bit too big, but I want their input as well. So I can't really do any more on that project until I get feedback there as well. So today is just cutting out like little wings, little bat wings. Super exciting stuff today. Yes, avocado bats. This will be named Toast. I do not have names for my sushi bat or my watermelon bat yet. So if you have suggestions, I will take them. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to have to come up with something silly for them. This will be Toast 2.0, my original toast bat. I can't get that avocado fabric anymore, so this is my backup avocados. Backup avocados are very important. You never know when you're going to need one. Okay. Oops, missed that line entirely. Okay, so there's 4 bats, or 2 bats there, 4 wings. Avocado emergencies. Terrible. There's 4 bats. I don't think that's a problem with my stream specifically, Sunday. So I was having all sorts of issues with video earlier on, but it seems to be mostly good now. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. It's probably gremlins. Well, thanks for the lurk. I hope Twitch gets fixed soon. I no idea why, but hopefully it fixes itself and behaves nicely soon. There are 8 wings. Now I just need the ears.
Ah, unfold. Unfold. There we go. Okay. Two. There's four. Ah, I missed some of the threads. Okay. Trim it. Okay. 3. There you go. 6. And your bit. And I'm going to just cut straight through the middle here. There we go. There's all the ears. So that's going to be a little bit weird to then fold back up, but that's okay because the only projects I have for this fabric are the bats. So when I'm making the next set of bats, I'll just cut the wings out there. Looks perfect. Fantastic. Okay. Next up, I'm actually going to check and see how many mushroom bats I still have in stock. I think I might have 1 or 2 of them. They haven't been selling nearly as well as I would have hoped they would. My mushrooms are like my favorite bats. So I wish they were selling better. Yeah, I still have 2 mushroom bats. So I will probably only cut out 6 bats worth of the mushroom fabric there. So, and whoop, there's all my cuts from before. So there's my bats. Okay. Past moose was not very nice to present moose. This is going to be a bit harder to cut around. How many bats did I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think this was 6 bats worth.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is just that opposite side. I'm gonna just I'm gonna cut the bats out of right here. I'm gonna ignore all of this carnage and just cut them here. Yeah. Uh, Four bats maybe. Let's see. That would be one bat there. Second bat would put me up that far. Lump of fabric. There we go. Pick up 3. 4, 5, 6. But then I don't think I would have enough fabric here for all the bat ears. That was not very kind of me. Let's see, what can I do with this other end that's all shredded beyond belief? I think if I cut these guys off, I might just be able to refold it and then cut some bats out that way. It would waste a little bit more fabric, but I think it would be maybe quicker. So I'll save that one. I can pull a little square out of that one just for my reference folder. Okay, so that's a little bit straighter there. Yep. And then maybe, let's see. This would be enough for 2 bats. This would be enough for 4 bats. And I'm actually going to fold it inside out because I can draw on the back of that one easier. So got a weird lump in it there. Lumps are not good. No lumps. No lumps, please. No lumps. Ooh, I could cut the wings that way. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut the wings this way. I'm going to make 4 bats, I think. Let's see. Because this will be 2, 2, 4, 6. And I probably can get them across. Okay, we're going to do it this way and see what happens. There we go. That's 4 bats. And there we go, 6 bats. Freedom! Hi, Pick. I'm glad you're free. I am cutting out fabric for bat wings. I'm not actually going to make any bats today. But for the bats, they have the inner wings and then the ears in the cotton fabric. So I'm cutting all of that out and making a wonderful little pile of cut fabric for future days. That way, whenever I don't have a project, I can just grab a bat and stick it together, basically. It takes me about an hour to sew a bat together just from the cut pile of fabric. So I'm doing all of the cutting today so that I can just sew a bat whenever I need to. Yes, it is meal prep, but with bats. I mean, some of them are food. I've got my avocado bat, a watermelon bat, coffee bat, mushroom bat I'm cutting right now. So, meal prep, yes. Yeah, so I'll have all the bits ready to go basically. Just so that I can make them in future. This is usually how I make the bats because it goes quicker than like cutting out one individual bat at a time. But I ran out of all of my pre-cut bats. I do have a couple of bats in various stages of being incomplete. I've got a little face in the head. This is all stuffed. I just need to sew the head onto the body and then stitch the ears up into place. That's something that is all hand sewing. I usually save the hand sewing for the evenings, and then I sit in front of the television and watch stupid comedy shows and stitch things together then. Um, Depending on how much work I get done, though, if I completely run out of things to do, I don't want to cut 10 million bats. So I may end up doing hand sewing on stream as well in the future. Yes, pre-cutting is definitely not super interesting. It is just a lot of the exact same thing over and over. So great content here today. But it's my first stream. I'm allowed to be boring. Yeah, and background noise. I mean, that's what I did before wanting to stream myself. I would pretty much come into my craft room and find somebody on Twitch to just listen to throughout the day. So if I can be that for somebody else, I think that would be pretty darn cool. Um, Also, if somebody wants to like learn about plushie making or like watch their plushie being made, I think that would be really awesome as well. That's really what I am hoping to do with my stream, I guess. I'm gonna be background noise. All right, let me toss the mushrooms out of the way. The smushrooms. Oops, those ones slid a little bit. So these bat wings are going to be slightly different sizes, but that's okay. Just the nature of making them, they don't have to be super precise. Again, we've got that seam allowance of a 1/4 inch on each wing. So if I do mess up and some of my wings end up being a little bit shorter in the corners, that just means instead of having a 1/4 inch of fabric inside, I'll have like whatever smaller than a 1/4 is. I'll have 3/8. No, that's not right. Is that 2/8? 1/8. Yeah, I'll have math. Go more mushroom wings. Okay, yeah, if Judo or Picanha or Sheppy or somebody, if you guys can show me how to do the music bits, that would be really cool. I don't really know what I'm doing there. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so maybe I don't think I'm going to cut out all of these fabrics here today. There are a lot of them. But if I can get a couple more cut out, maybe another like half hour ish of cutting, I think I'll be done for the day. And then I want to watch the replay of my stream, providing it saves this time. Because I think I went through the settings and I fiddled with them and I had like the VODs turned off or something. So I think they're back on. Provided that this actually saves and I can see it again, I would like to watch through the beginning and see what I was doing right and wrong. Take notes. Um, and then after that, I'll probably send you a message on Discord and see if you're available, free to figure out that with me. If that's cool. I do have Spotify. Yay! Okay, so I should be able to watch this later. I've got the VODs saved. Cool beans! Fantastic. Okay, so if I cut this here, I will get 4. And I don't think that's enough there. Let's see. I might be able to get another 4 out of here. Let me see, because it'll unfold out. That is over half. So I think I can cut 8 of them. I'll only need 6, which would be okay because this one's got a hole in it anyways. So I'll cut them here. One of them will have an issue. So I'll get 3 and 4 there. Ah, I missed. Okay, so that is 4 mushrooms there, but this one's got a corner cut out of it, so it may or may not actually work. It'll depend on where that ear shape ends up. But I can then unfold this. And I should be able to get, oh, I can't go that way. Okay, so I can go this way. So I should be good on number there. And then it did not cut all the way through. Okay, there we go. Some mushrooms. Okay, and then this piece of fabric is a horrendous shape, so that's going to be real fun for future Amanda to figure out. But I am not future Amanda, so I do not care. I should just put the microphone right next to my embroidery machine and make horrendous chunk, 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 chunk noises all day long. Anti ASMR. Uh, okay, I could cut out more fruits. I don't think I've made blueberry bats yet. And I do have a new dark, dark blue fabric that I could use with the blueberries. So there's my blue. They're a little bit more purple than they are blue. That one might be even too dark. Hmm.
Yay! Fantastic. I feel so honored. They stopped by my stream. They must see something in me. No, they see my talent. So I don't have a really good blue right now to go with the blueberries. I wonder how well those bots actually work. Like, do people think that that's like legit? Ooh, I might have a green. Let me play all my greens next. That is way too green. That one might work. That is also too green. But that one might match. So my strawberry bat already has a green body. Not this green, but a similar green. I ran out of it. But my strawberry bat has a green body. My cherry bat is bright red. So that one's there. I was kind of hoping I would have a blue that matches those, like, the majority of the blueberries there. I don't. And I don't think any of my fabric on order is that blue color. I may hold off on the blueberry bats for right now. And then my next fabric order, when I get you more fabric. Yeah, I do have a couple of, like, the dark blues. I've got navy. Whoops. I got sharp navy. Pins coming out everywhere. Like that one there, which is just a little bit too dark. I could probably do that one. I think it's better than this one. This one I don't know, it doesn't match to me. But this one is navy. This one is ink, which is a even darker version of navy. Pins going everywhere. Why, you pins? And then this is a different version of a navy. So I've got two different navies. That one's not bad. I like that one.
Yeah, if this blue was just slightly less cool, I guess. I'm for somebody who works with fabric and all these different colors, I don't know how to talk about colors at all. But this color is just slightly off from where I want these guys to be. And I don't think I want to do a purple. But there are the purple berries in the blueberry mix there. This navy is probably the closest. Ink is too dark. This navy is just a little off. I think I'll go with this one. I still won't cut this today. I'm gonna look online and see what other colors are around. Something in the bluish area, but I think this guy is probably the closest one I have right now. Oh, do they look the same? Well, I promise they are actually different. And this is one of the reasons I have so much fabric right now, is because I buy them to have them and see them in person. Especially when I'm doing people's characters, I like to try and match the colors as best as I can. So having the fabric in hand is a lot better to match with than just trying to match it on a computer screen. So what I end up doing is when I buy colors, I'll add in 2 or 3 that I don't have. And then I just kind of have built up my stock that way. I have lots of fabric now. Right now, the land plushie that I'm working on, that character uses a lot of like teal blues. I have so many different shades of teal right now. Like that is probably a good third of my fabric is just teals and blues. Let me see. I'm gonna put these guys back. Whoops! Don't unroll. Stay neat. Greens. Ooh. Yeah. So there's all of my teals and my light blues right now. This is basically, I bought most of these. Some of them I already had, some of them I bought just to have for future projects. But the majority of these are specifically for Lamb, who is this plushie here. He's going to have a whole bunch of these different, these teals and blues to him. As well as, oh, we're going to see how well this shows up on camera. His hair actually has a gradient to it. So I've custom dyed the fabric for his hair. Yeah, you can see that. Okay. So this color is azure at the end, and then I've actually dyed it to be a darker blue. So that will be the hair for this plushie. Just the custom dye there. Yeah, the gradient is not ever going to be something I do on stream. just dyeing that color, like from there to there, that was like a 4.5 hour process of me standing over a hot stove, slowly dipping fabric in and out. Um, I don't think I can be like happy on stream doing that ever. I love making gradients. It's lovely the end result. I hate actually doing it. It's not fun. Yeah, it's worse than watching paint dry. At least paint drying I could walk away from and do something else at the same time. This is I'm literally standing there over a pot of like simmering blue goo. It's not fun at all. But the end result is really cool. I do like that a lot. Let me see. Yeah, you can see it on camera. Um, it's pretty nice in person as well. Those mid shades in there don't seem to be coming out as well as they should, but they're there. They're there. That is a completely smooth transition, but that's a lot of work to do. So yeah, it's alchemy. It is. It's something. So, but I am going to be sending the ear on to this person tonight to see if they like the shape and size. So I'll be able to hopefully do more of that later on this week as well. Because this is definitely my biggest project right here, right now. Um, just with sheer number of colors and everything to it. But I don't have pictures of any of the other little personas that I've made before. So I'm kind of documenting everything I do on this one just so that I have the full process and I will have really nice pictures at the end. I think this might be where I end stream today. So that was 5-ish hours of me cutting things out. Um, I can wash out the water soluble stabilizer tonight, and then get that good to go. And then I will check out the VOD, see how that goes. So, uh, so normally in the morning I get all of my machines started up and get the plan for the day around 8. I don't think I'm going to start streaming until about 10 normally, just because that gives me time to like be a zombie in the morning and like stare at the wall for a bit to wake up. Um, but yeah. Green? These are all blues. And a sort of teal green blues, I guess. This one's kind of green. That one's for the body. So, okay. Now I have to do the raid thing, right? Gotta figure that out. Hang on. I I don't know how well being colorblind would work with making plushies. You'd have to really write down what the colors are and just like make sure that you know like which like don't mess up the fabrics. Or don't take commissions that require specific fabrics because you can make bats out of whatever color you want, something like that. Shotgun?
Okay, I will raid Shotgun then. If I can figure out how. No, I do not know how to do the command. Is it like slash raid? Okay, let's see. Yeah, there is no moose emoji, and I'm so upset about it. Um. Hey, I think that worked, right? Hey, okay, cool. So then I just wait for the countdown, and then I need to tell it to do stop streaming. And then I need to come over here. Um, I'm gonna do that one. Yeah? Okay. Raid now and then stop stream. Okay. Well. But I have to jump into to Shotgun stream first? Cause or will it carry me with it? I don't know.